Hello, hello. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Party Wipe. We're making a roguelike deck builder where you draft an RPG party. Hey, Remus, how's it going? I think it's going to be a slow one today. It's a holiday here in the States. I don't have anything better to do, though, so we're going to do a few hours of game dev here. All right. How's it going? Hope everyone's having a good weekend here. I'm going to change the radio. All right, and we're going to pick up pretty much where we left off yesterday, mainly because I haven't really done any work since we stopped yesterday, so... We've reorganized a lot of the code. Happy Independence Day from you Brits. Appreciate it. Hey, Randall. How's it going? Good morning from Melbourne. Appreciate you. Good afternoon from California here. How's it going? What is it? Like the dead of winter down there? Pretty chill up here too. But that's, we're in San Francisco here. All right. I don't remember where we left off. I think we rewrote, so we've reoriented the whole scene tree, so we have still have a bunch of signals to hook back up to get the battle map stuff to work again. We've rebuilt the input processing so that there's like an input manager that's listening for signals and tracking inputs and stuff. Because we need a transaction system, we need like an undo redo. Because we're making both a card game and like a turn-based tactics game. I think I'm going to put undo redo maybe up here. Maybe up here above end turn. I kind of wanted to slot it in right here. But I'm having second thoughts about that. Oh yeah, we did our little card hover yesterday. That was neat. That was like the one thing we actually did that we can see. It's good though. It let us move the whole hand down, which is good. I kind of want to move the battle map down a little bit now, maybe. Make up for that. Let's take a look at that, actually. So there's one up here. Why isn't it a perfect overlap? I don't quite understand that. There's 16 pixel tiles, blown up double size. It's probably just because it's 360p tall, or 180p tall. And we have 16 pixel tile. Yeah, okay, there would be a little bit. It would be perfect. Maybe we move this down like half a tile. It's 5:20 a.m. Sunday. Nice. Sounds good. All right, I kind of want to move one more tile down. So what would that be? 16? So 20 pixel down movement. 20 pixel down angle. This centers it. Center too low, probably. Centering it is appealing though. See if we can get away with that. There's a tangent with the turn order sign, which is not good. That might be too low. We might shift it back up a little. Yeah, it's too low. Oh yeah, I want to fix this little glitch. which is if you drop a card and you don't move the cursor, it doesn't reposition the card correctly. It kind of annoys me, but it is minor, so I might ignore it for now. Okay, let's move this back up like 8. I don't know. 4. Maybe 4. Eight. Because I forgot they're double pixels. Try that. Yeah, that's probably fine. Could probably split the difference a little bit. No, this is actually probably what I want. A little more breathing room on the top. We want to be able to see where the doors are. We might collapse this sign a little bit when it's actually populated. Might. Emphasis on might. Hey, Rob. How's it going? Your sleep cycle got very bad. Oof. How's the game going? It's going okay. We did a step back so we could go take 2 steps forward. We reorganized the tree for everything, and we're rerouting all the input through an input manager so that we can store input and have like a record of transactions or interactions or whatever you want to call them, so that we can implement undo redo and all that good stuff, which we will need as a turn-based game. Because I feel like you have a lot more I feel like there's less pressure to explain everything perfectly if a player can try something and then roll it back. Because you could explain things until, like, you know, you're blue in the face, as they say. Red in the face? Blue in the face? I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I think it's blue in the face. People still won't get it until they have a personal understanding, which usually involves trying shit. And I would like for players to be able to freely try shit within a given turn. Like, I would like you to be able to play cards, make moves, and as long as you don't hit end turn, as long as you don't confirm and commit everything, you should be able to freely roll that back and forward, in my opinion. So we're working on that a little bit. Today is going to be a day of hooking things back together with this new paradigm. We're also working on setting this up in a way that we can handle multiple control schemes. When do you think you'll have a playable version, like an MVP? That depends on what you mean. You mean one that I can play or one that you can play? We have in-person playtesting event in... My first in-person playtesting event of this game. It's in 7 weeks. So... my goal is to have it be playable by strangers in 7 weeks, at least in person at this event. And then another 4 weeks after that, I have a more involved playtesting, in-person playtesting event. So somewhere between 7 and 11 weeks from now, we'll have a public build-up available on itch for people to try out. And note that's a different question than, you know, when am I going to be able to play through the game? We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it sounds like the answer is 2 to 3 months for like a proper, like you can play all the way through the game kind of thing. We're aiming for a vertical slice where you can play the whole game, and then we'll go wide on content over the next, you know, year. We're only going to start by supporting 4 characters, but the final game has 15 characters. So there's going to be 3 real sprints involved in this game. One is the first 4 characters, which will be the demo characters. Then we'll add, I think, 6 more characters for like the initial release version of the game, and then we'll probably add 5 more characters after that. So It's going to be a journey. But yeah, we're going for like a vertical slice, and then we'll go wider on content later. We'll see. We'll see. It's a pretty aggressive timeline. I think the first build that I'm planning, the build in 7 weeks or whatever, I don't think there's going to be any audio because the playtesting event that I'm going to is this thing that's at a barcade. It's very cool. We do it quarterly. It's usually a great opportunity to get game developers and just regular gamers to try. But it's really loud there because it's a barcade, you know? So I'm going to try no audio for that build. So that does take a little of the pressure off, and then I'll probably add the audio in over the month after that. So we are cutting stuff to try to get an evaluation of the game as soon as possible. I wanted to just kind of jam it out initially, just jam everything out, not really stop and think about architecture too much, but I accidentally stopped and thought about the architecture and realized I needed to make some changes. So we're executing those changes now. Good architecture does take some effort, but it saves you so much trouble if you design something right. Obviously, you can't design everything right the first time because you don't know all of your requirements, but this is gonna help. So let's work on... I said we wanted to process different kinds of input. I'm not worried about that too much right now, but I am worried about doing this in a way that will make that possible later. So we are thinking about that. So right now what we are doing, it sounds like we are recording transactions. You need 2 months for a single battle. You hope to have a vertical slice done by the end of this year. Well, that's the trick. That's the trick, right? 90% of the effort goes into having a single battle. The difference between having one battle and many battles is not that big. It's not as big as the difference between 0 battles and 1 battle. The difference between 0 and 1 is much larger than the difference between 1 and any other number. For some reason. That's semi-unintuitive, but it's very real. You want to have a vertical slice done by the end of this year. Our goal is demo out, Steam demo by the end of the year. Steam demo in December, by the end of December. I kind of want to put the demo out like just before Christmas, because no one else puts demos out over between like Christmas and New Year's, and we might be able to stick a little bit. But yeah, that's my semi-arbitrary objective is Steam demo by the end of the year. So let's do it. Let's get it done, Rob. That's the other thing that I'm changing about my approach from like what I was doing for the prior month was we were working in like a little sandbox scene that wasn't connected to anything. And you can kind of see the remains of it, which is this like weird little boxed in courtyard that doesn't exist. I got kind of annoyed working on just a sandbox, so we're going to rebuild the structure of the game in order, like in the order in which a player is going to experience it. So we're going to start with the first scene, then we'll go to the first battle, and we're going to work on it linearly. We are going to tackle it linearly in the order in which players experience it. All right, going to ban this. Hold on, I got to ban a spam bot here. Blasted him. That was quiet. Why was that sound effect so quiet for me? Suspicious. You agree? Only new things for more battles in your game are 3D models in the map system. You'll use the vertical slice as a demo for the most part. After some polish, yeah. Yeah, progression is complicated. I'm not saying there isn't a lot of work in like adding content and progression and stuff like that, but from like a systems design standpoint, the first battle is so much harder than any other battle, than whatever N+1 battle. I think there's something wrong with my audio cord. All my audio sounds weird, but I'm just gonna go with it. Sometimes my audio cable gets jiggled and everything just sounds like I'm in an aquarium. Could be the song. All right, so yeah, we're mostly gonna be working on transactions and input and stuff for now. So what we've got so far is we've got card drag ended. We're trying to do as much as we can with signals and discrete events, and we're trying to do as little like just raw reading input as possible. As possible, you know. We actually do need to read something here. We need to read the cursor position. We do need to read that every frame. Oh, I can't actually get global mouse position from here, can I? Okay, so we're not going to do that here. That's fine. This is a node. I forgot. We'll do this. Well, we'll set that somewhere else, but it'll live there. Okay, yeah, I think there's something wrong with my audio. I'm going to mess with it for a second. I really need to get a new cable. I replaced one of my cables thinking that one was the problem. It was not. It was the other cable. Rip. All right, we're good. We're doing good. Can't let you see behind the curtain. All right, so roster manager. Roster manager is party manager. Card res is hero card res. Roster manager dot play hero card. Hey Magoo, how's it going? All right, so we've got a card played transaction, which really just tells you what card it is. And luckily, we don't need to tell it much else because we know what a card play means. Transactions that append. So the trick is, if we have this play card function, we also need to have like an unplay card function. We need to be able to, any action we take with this transaction system, we need to be able to unmake it. We need to be able to run it back. Which isn't really what run it back means. We need to be able to undo it. Well, this doesn't make sense. If transaction IDX... Oh, we would just need to prune. I can actually do this now. We would just prune. So if the IDX is less than the size of the transactions... then what we're going to do is we're going to say... We'll say... So the transaction index is the index of the next transaction or the last transaction. I guess I have to decide that. It would start at 0. Should be the index of the last transaction. So actually it should be initialized to -1. Hey, Symbol. How goes the deck builder? It's all right. It's all right. We've been working on it for about a month. It's coming together. We're doing a kind of a reorganization. We're rebuilding the interactions so that we can record them for like a queue, for like undo redo, so we can scrub through them. Since it's a card game and it's like a turn-based tactics kind of game, I think we really need that. How are you doing? It's been a minute. Are you going to be doing solo dev jam? I know it's starting soon. I wish I was doing it, but I've kind of told myself no jams for the rest of the year here. Gotta get serious. Happy Saturday. Hope you've been well. All right, so if the transaction index... So it wouldn't be the same as the size anyway. It would be less than... So the transaction index, which is the index of the last transaction we made. So this is going to be initially of size 0. The index will start at -1. And every time we increment it. So the index should always be... If we're up to date, the index should always be 1 less than the size, right? Because if the transactions array size is 1, then the transaction index is 0. But if I subtract 1 from the size, then they would match. That's how I would know. So yeah, this tells us we're in tune here. I could do an elif transaction IDX is less than transactions size. So if we're earlier, all we need to do is trim the transaction list. So we'd say transactions equals transactions dot slice. Begin at 0. We would want to end. Is end exclusive for a slice? It is. I don't want to do this right now. I don't want to do this part right now. I'm just going to ignore it. I haven't enabled the ability to undo, so I don't want to think about it right now. I want to build the structure so that we can do it. I just don't want to set it up right now. You're good? You won't be participating? You got more hours at work? Yeah, no more time? No, me either. Me either. I only work. You're working the little time you have on an incremental tower defense thing. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, I know you're the host, one of the hosts of Solo Dev Jam. I appreciate the effort you guys all put into that. I would love to do it. All right. So we're using the input manager to track the state of inputs because the inputs are being collected. They're being bubbled up through different like control nodes and even some. Might even do it through some areas, some area 2Ds on the environment manager. Should I record the transaction number as like a transaction ID or something? Just so the transaction knows, so we can talk about the transaction concretely. Maybe? Is there a situation where their number would ever change? I don't think so. Yeah. I would need to use like a proper ID. If I wanted to actually be able to refer to them uniquely, I would need the index plus like a version number. I might do that. I actually might introduce that. I'm not going to use it right now, but I might use that later. Seems reasonable. I might add it now, though. All right. ID. Index. Int. Variable. Version. And int. Combination of these two would guarantee a unique transaction number. That's good. I didn't actually have anything to store in the base class there, but now I do. We're not going to use it right now though, because we're not manipulating the transaction stack yet. We will though. We will. Card dragged is null. Card dragged move to player hand. Do I actually need to do that? I don't actually think I need to do this. I don't think the card leaves the hand when it's dragged. I kind of want to test that. I don't think it does. Sorry, this is a very unfocused, we're kind of just going to work on whatever thing comes up kind of day. I know I have a schedule and I need to take my schedule seriously, but it's a holiday. It's a holiday. We're just going to have a time. We'll get serious about the schedule next week. All right, so here are our cards. If I start a drag, that doesn't do anything, does it? No, it doesn't. I really want to fix this thing. Maybe it doesn't matter very much. I guess it doesn't really matter very much. It's kind of a feature. It'd be a feature if it was more intentional. It's kind of just a glitch. It just feels low quality that it does that in that glitchy way. I don't know how to get the card to reset, though. There are some hooks into the card plugin that I think I could use. Just haven't figured it out yet. Hey, how's the day going so far? It's going all right, LSG. I had my breakfast, made some French toast. Still got my coffee here. Coffee turned out a little overdone, maybe, but, you know, I wanted a lot of it, and that's kind of what happens sometimes. I should have done a French press. That would have been a good combo with the French toast. I do like some French toast. How are you doing, LSG? I think I saw you were streaming yesterday. How'd that go? All right, so we don't need to move the card back to the player hand, in which case we don't need to do this, in which case we don't need to return. We can just fall out. Okay, I don't think you have a play. Party manager. Oh yeah, we don't have. So we have a play hero card. We also need an unplay. We need like the inverse. But again, I don't technically need to set that up now because we're not setting up undo yet, but we're trying to build with an architecture that will allow undo redo. You're having a chill day playing some Satisfactory? Nice, nice. You figured out your basic save system last night? Nice, very nice. I have to decide how I'm going to approach that too. Kind of tempted to just save the transaction list. And then basically replay everything when you load. That doesn't totally work. That's probably not what I'm going to do. I might do that as an interstitial step, as like an autosave. So if you quit out during like a combat, it'll bring you back to where you were in the combat. Might do it for that, and then I'd need to save some additional stuff for more of the meta run-based stuff. We're definitely going to do like an anti-save scumming save system here, where transactions are just saved, and you have free undo redo throughout the turn, so there's no reason you should need to save scum unless you make a mistake, and then, you know, and then you commit the turn and whatever. I think rebuilding the state will work for an encounter, but yeah, I can't actually do that for, you know, the whole run. All right, so we're kind of being unnecessarily complicated here, but we're gonna do it. We're doing the version of play. So we already had a system in place where I can play a card. It's not working right now because I disconnected all the signals, but I can play a card directly onto the map given some constraints, like a deployment zone, or like you have to play a card onto, a character that could take that kind of equipment. We had that working, but I also want you to be able to play a card just directly into the roster without having to worry about that. But the thing is, if you play a card into the roster, if it's a new character, or even if it's a piece of equipment, it needs to trigger that token placement phase. And it needs to do so in a way that's compatible with that other approach where you play directly onto the battle map. They both need to work. And I know I'm making this unnecessarily complicated for myself, but maybe I take issue with the word unnecessarily. I know I'm making this complicated for myself, but I feel like I need it to work this way. You know, I never got into Satisfactory. I know I played a bit when it was still in, like, early access or something. I played it, I want to say I played it on, like, the Epic Game Store or something. I don't think I ever played it on Steam, so maybe it wasn't early access. I don't remember. I played it. I played it when it was, like, brand new. And it wasn't finished yet, but that game taught me that I actually don't like pure sandbox games. I actually need some kind of force pushing back against me. Like, I like Factorio. Because Factorio, there's an equal opposite reaction for everything that you do. Like, when you push into the environment in Factorio, the environment pushes back. Satisfactory doesn't feel like it has that. You just push out into the world, and the world doesn't really push back at all. And for some reason, that just took the wind from my sails. I don't know why. You're close to 900 hours in it, and you haven't even completed the tech progression. Oh, well, clearly that's not an issue for you then. All right, so is this doing any signaling for us? Have we actually hooked these up yet? Manager mouse entered. Manager mouse exit. Oh, did we actually hook these up? Are we emitting these signals? We are. Okay, good. That's good. Oh, this needs to be hooked up too. Oh, what we do want, we want to make a distinction here. We want to say roster manager and roster manager is party manager. I want to check this too. I think we check this one first. Let me say elif. Yeah, if you're not into mega build games, it's not going to be for you. I mean, Factorio is a mega build game. I just don't feel like there's any... And Dyson Sphere is... I don't like Dyson Sphere either for similar reasons, I think. I think I just don't like open-ended, pure sandbox builder games. I like survival games. I like where, like, the environment is fighting back against you, like in Factorio. There's something about just the totally open-ended building game that just doesn't... It doesn't have the spark for me. Yeah. That's the only way I've been able to rationalize it. Hey, Sapphire. Hope you're having an okay work day here. I know this is, like, peak season for you. Thanks for stopping by. Save the streak. I'm talking about how Factorio is good and Satisfactory is bad. No, that's not what I'm saying. I am able to make the distinction between something being good and me liking something. I don't like Satisfactory, but I do like Factorio, and I'm just musing about the reasons for that. About why I don't like Satisfactory. And my theory is that because it's too open-ended and it doesn't challenge you. Not in like the game isn't hard way, but in like there aren't like, you know, millions of biters trying to destroy your base. I'm like a Factorio like Death World player. Like I like the pushback. I like the make me work for it kind of style of building. There's something about building with no constraints that just causes me to lose all interest. Says the guy who spent 1.5 years just working on like game dev tools. Yeah, you're not worried about your door getting busted down because you walked away to make a sandwich. Yeah, that seems nice. Satisfactory seems like way more of a chill game, and I think that's cool. I don't begrudge them that. I thought I would like it, and I just have had to examine why I don't. Game dev tools are important, Nix. They can be. They can be. I think I've come to the determination that they aren't necessarily. I think they can be. I thought they were an unequivocal good for a while, but I no longer feel that way. I don't feel that they're an unequivocal good anymore. I think they're a conditional good. Without tool, you can't build game. I guess it depends on what you mean by tool. If you're talking about like the Godot engine, yeah, I do need the Godot engine to make my game. But I have some buyer's regret in terms of, you know, spending all my time on a tool for a game that I didn't make. I've done that a number of times. The FTL like was not the first time I've done that. Mixed feelings about that. Yeah, but then you're starting to... Now you're getting into the whole, like, Microsoft Windows as a game dev tool, and it's like, I will not allow that. I don't allow for that. Although that is part of the reason why Windows is so uncontested in game dev. It has to do with the ecosystem and players and developers, and there's something there. All right, are we gonna actually work on something? I don't know. I hope so. I need to focus up a little. Yeah, binary. Yeah, the concept of logic is a game dev tool. One is a game dev tool, 0 is not. My artist partner would disagree. Negative space is really important. Maybe 0 is an art tool then. Imagination is a game dev tool. All right, so what I'm trying to do right now is we're going to just play a card and play a hero card. I'm going to rename this stuff later. We're going to play a hero card. We're going to... The playing of a hero card is like when we add a card token, potentially. So we do something like this. If not roster tabs dot has card name. Okay, so I need to know the card name. Variable card name is a string name. And it's the card dot card. Well, let's get the card res first, I guess. Variable card res is a hero card res. And it's the card dot card data. And then this is the card res dot card name. And so if not, I don't know if I want to have a roster limit. I don't really use this concept anywhere, but maybe we will for now. Is there a special version of a roster tab that's a party tab now? I think there is. I think I made it. Roster tab. Party tab. What's special about a party tab? Oh, it's literally nothing. It's just for is a checks. The is a check. The type check. We don't have to reinvent this whole part of the process. We don't need to say this, though, either. We're also not going to say roster tab dot instantiate. I would like to instantiate a party tab. Although now I'm not going to be able to use that term. Unless... like this. Okay, but now, so we can do this, but now we need to enter into this token placement state. Should this return something? This should probably return something. What should it return, though? Oh, this is when we drop the card. So it's not this version. It actually isn't this version. Oh, shit. Okay. This can't be play. This needs to be like preview. Play hero card needs to be something else. This is like on card token added, which is different. We need this one. We need if selected character and card name is not equal. We'll just close it. All right. Have a good Lark Sapphire. Appreciate that. Thanks for the hydrate. And a stretch, jeez. Somehow we're already an hour into the stream. I don't think I've done anything. I think all I've done is like spin up my brain slightly. I missed your hydrate. Well, excuse me. I don't think I did. I think I've drunk enough coffee to say that I fulfilled it. If you go burying the chat with your lively conversation, how can that be helped? Hey, Vita Mort. How's it going? Happy Saturday. All right. So this is we're in the wrong place here. I actually need to do this here, potentially. So I can assign this, and then if card dragged is true, I can do something else. So we can say if card dragged. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna get crazy. All right, so if the card is dragged, this is when we want to do the preview stuff. So now we can say card res, and we can say if card res. Well, we can actually just say if card drag.card data is hero card res. We can say if card dragged and card drag. Well, no, let's say if card dragged. Well, we'll get the res. Why not get the res? Now we can do something like, because this isn't a transaction. I think I got distracted by the whole transaction thing. Preview. Nope. Preview hero card. Card dragged. All right, let's see if we can get this working. Vita, you finally have a playable demo for your roguelike math deck builder. So doing good, bit of progress each day. Just liking a tutorial. Hell yeah. Share that in the Discord if you like. I'd be interested in checking that out. You can wait till you make a tutorial. Oh, wow. Nix, where do you live? That sounds like something that you would only encounter if you were like out in the middle of like the bush or deep in the jungle somewhere. That's crazy. Well, I hope you get better soon. That sounds really crazy. Oh no, it says you're getting better. Okay, that's good. You have a mind to pour molten lead in your ears? You meant a mosquito? Okay, you like blood bug. Yeah, I was like, what the hell is a blood bug? It's like, what the hell is that? I was like, what crazy? I'm like, where are you living? Okay, no, mosquito makes some sense. Still, having mosquitoes indoors, that's rough. Probably because you've been having to, like, ventilate a lot with the outside to, like, keep the temperature. I don't know. Well, I'm sorry that occurred. Let's get a night card and try this. Roster tab. Tab mouse entered. Valid access on base object of node. Yeah? Really? On tab mouse entered. Oh, on roster tab mouse entered. Okay. Okay, well, we created something. We didn't do much else, though. I didn't quite think that that worked the way I'd hoped it would. Okay, that worked like the third time for some reason. Nothing else is hooked up, though. Oh, we have to hook these up as well. Why did I decide to make this hard for myself? Why did I decide to do this like the most involved, difficult way possible? How am I on this script? It's all right. We'll make our way back to something that works. New enemy type, blood bug. It's pretty good. It's a pretty compelling name. So preview hero card. How is that different than the card token added? This one just works. How does this know where it's supposed to hook up to? How do we listen for this button? Yeah, we need to connect these to more than just this. We also need to connect it to... I feel like it should know its roster manager. It's probably something it should know. this be sufficient? It's not a thing yet. I think I still call it unit manager. Would need to have some things here. How did this work before? Should I just do this here? No. Oh, maybe. On roster tab pressed. Yeah, so we need to hook this up. The only real question is, does that need to be on this version of it, or could I put this on the parent class? Well, party tab, roster tab. Oh, you can do it here. I don't need to do that already. I could do that here. And in fact, do I not? Oh, I think I did, and I think I removed it for some reason. That's weird. So we're gonna say, oh no, I don't hook that up until it's done. I do that here, right? Do this. This doesn't have a setup function anymore, does it? I got rid of the setup function. Hope I did. Hey, Temptic, how's it going? Happy Saturday. Hey, David, how's it going? Sorry, I've been trying to lock in a little bit. Not successfully. All right, we've decided to do things we've chosen the way of pain for some of this stuff, and I'm working through it. So we're not gonna do this or that. We're not gonna hold local copies of these piles. We're gonna just signal up that we want to transfer a card, and then that's gonna take care of that. So let's do that so that we can get this hooked up here. The character sheet. So you need some signals. You need signals. You need something like to discard pile, maybe. Card, signal to trash pile. Card. We're not actually going to delete cards, I think. I think we're just going to put them in the trash. Okay, so this. So await equip page dot equip pile dot move all to. Ah. Maybe it needs to be an array then. You can say cards. You can say array. Although that's going to shadow. Well, no, it won't shadow anything here because this isn't a card container. I think we use that term similarly next. Okay, so we're not going to await the move. Oh, excuse me. We can await the signal. No. Shit. How am I going to do this? Oh, we can duplicate. We can duplicate. Yes. Okay. We can say, instead of this await, what we can do is we can say, to discard pile dot emit. We can say equip page dot equip pile dot cards dot duplicate. That should work. That should work. Because then we can send those cards to be discarded and queue free this thing immediately. I'm not going to do this setup function either. It was insane that I was passing that around like that. Passing around the discard and the trash piles. So same deal here. We can do the same exact thing. We can say to trash pile character pile dot cards dot duplicate. Trash pile dot emit. Thanks for the hydrate, Nix. We're in a 3-hour match on TF2. How is that possible? All right, anywhere else we're trashing cards? Nope. Oh, this still has its... I should keep this until I figure out how to do all of this. Character res. This all needs to be moved up for ready. I'm introducing so many problems. Or, not problems. I'm introducing so many things that could go so wrong. Character card is card. Nope. Okay, so these ones... Card.move to. So these I need to do somewhere else. The rest of this can be set... So what is this for? Character sheets? Man, character sheets are complicated. Let's go back to the party manager. We're just kind of breaking everything. So what we need to do before we add the child, we need to initialize all of these. Say new sheet dot. We can put this. We can do this later. We just say new sheet. Well, we don't know what the character fig is, do we? Play hero card. Yeah, we don't. You can say move to. Might do that at the end. Can't do that either. Do this up here. What's the problem here? Card token not declared. Oh, well, easy enough. Okay, we have a distinction between previewing a card and playing it. Your brain is so fried right now, you went for a drink of water, you almost drank a bottle of Arby's sauce. Dang, that's crazy. I did that at the my little breakfast diner spot a while ago. I like almost did that. I think it was like I meant to add half and half to my coffee, and I grabbed the bottle of syrup and I almost poured the syrup in the coffee. That wouldn't have been the end of the world, but I would have been upset. And what's funny is the main guy there saw me do it. Just laughed. We had a laugh about it. I go to this little mom and pop coffee. It's not a coffee shop. It says it's a coffee shop, but it's like a diner. Very good. It's my little treat usually on Saturdays. I went yesterday because I knew they'd be crazy today, with it being a holiday and all. I went yesterday instead. Which is why I had to make French toast today. It's a good word for rolling back a preview. Abort. Abort could be good. Retract. Rescind. I want to use a different word than the word I intend to do for the undo. Which I actually don't know what I'm going to do for that. I think rescind is probably technically the most correct. Revert could be okay. Yeah, I think I like revert LSG. Okay, we're gonna do a revert. Funk. Revert. Hero. Card. Card. Preview. We're not moving a card here, are we? No, we're not. Okay, good. Functionally, this is identical to card token freed. Roster tabs. Oh, okay, no, I gotta do this part first. Just freeing something, clean up signal connections, like necessarily. I guess it doesn't matter. Probably doesn't matter. This is almost certainly going to crash for some reason I haven't predicted. Okay. Well, it doesn't seem interested in doing anything at all. It tried to do something there for a second. What's going on here? Going on here with these mouse entered? Print. What's going on with the interactable here? Entered, exited, entered, exited. If I go with a card, oh, if I do this with a card, it straight up doesn't work. Because the card is in the way. Oh, why are you all of a sudden behind the... Okay. Okay, I didn't want to do it anyway, but now I know. I think we're gonna not. I think we're bailing on this. You can play cards onto the UI thing. I wanted to do that though. I like the Baba is You art style for the map. Appreciate it, Temptic. Yeah, it's all. You can kind of tell my vision is poor because everything is just huge. But yeah, we're very minimal about that. Okay, how do I want to get around this? The fact that this straight up doesn't work. Maybe, can I maybe detect when the card enters? I don't really have a lot of control over the card. Because I decided not to make my own version of the card, but maybe I have to. Okay, what do I want to do? I mean, life will definitely be harder if I let myself do this. If I let you play cards onto the UI. So maybe we just don't. Maybe we just acknowledge how hard that's going to be. And just don't do it. See if there's any hooks that would let me know if something like this occurred. What are you? You're a button, right? Okay, so you're a button. So what does a button tell me here? No, we're just gonna normalize. We're just gonna normalize playing this shit onto the map. That's what we had set up originally. And then I was like, well, I'm redoing this whole input thing. Maybe we can just do it otherwise. Maybe we can do this in a way that's way harder. That sounds fun. The dogs need to go out. They gotta go out early. All right, okay. Rethinking things. Rethinking things. How does that change the way we want to use this? Also, how did I do this like this? How could I have done this? Yeah, it's only unfair in that the dog gets to just go back to sleep after, but the person usually doesn't. The dog is like, it's 5:45 in the morning, we need to go outside. Or whatever. And then you do that, and then you go back in, and the dog is just like, all right, I'll be asleep until 10. And you're like, well. That's fine. Dogs deserve everything. They're better than us. They're better than we are. They're also not culpable, so, you know, you can't really blame them for anything. All right, so we're not going to do all of this signal stuff that I thought we were going to do. Or at least we're not going to do as much of it. We can trash this stuff. On card drag ended. So we need to do more stuff on card dragged. We need to do way more. There's a lot more that's going to need to occur. Gotta block that off for now while I think about some stuff. Okay. All right. Back to the way things were. Where when you drag a card, the map is going to show you where that card can be played. If you bring the card over one of those places, the card will be hidden and swapped with a token. This is yet another weekend where we're going to reach the end of the weekend and all I've done is restore the functionality we had before the weekend. Oh, this is rough. That's fine. We're trying to come up with an architecture that will work for us in the long run. Because the worst thing that would happen otherwise is we'd come up with something that was not extensible or maintainable or manageable in any way, and it would forever limit us. But we're not far off from basically that. All right, so all you're doing is signal hookups. You on your ready function need to do the hookups. We actually can't do this here. Because the whole point of having a difference between a manager and a map here is so that... So you're not going to keep track of that. You're not going to keep track of this. You're not going to keep track of any of this. Rethink how most of this works. Just figuring out another system that won't work. Step closer to the one that will. Yeah, I'm hoping this is a one step back, two step forward situation. There's no way to know that for sure, though, is the problem. I still feel, you know, I still think that the way we're doing this, of bubbling things up to this transaction manager, is still good. Or input manager, whatever you want to call it. It's still important because otherwise we're not going to be able to do this transaction system thing. Which we have to do. So it's not like we have much of a choice. But what we need to do now is we need to connect these signals. Actually, is this going to be your job, or is it going to be the job of the person that creates you? I think it's going to be the job of the person that creates you. In which case, you're actually not going to be here. You're going to get spawned in. Show me this in the file system. You have a particular position. 144 by 44, scale 2. We're gonna hard code this for now. Actually, you should know your environment map, shouldn't you? What even are you? What is this? Oh, you're just a tile map player. Oh, this isn't even the right script. You're just a tile map layer, okay. Heading out. All right, see you, Temptic. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good weekend. You actually probably need to know. Is there anything I need to set here? No, we just need to hook up your signals. I thought our card token system was pretty clever. I was kind of annoyed that we were going to move away from it or add a parallel system to it, so I'm kind of glad that we're not. I think for completeness' sake, it would have been interesting. But the thing is, from a practical standpoint, you would have probably created and destroyed a token on the way to playing the card on the roster because of the way it's positioned. So it's okay. We'll just consider the environment the playmat. Not a playmat in the sense of our card plugin, but a playmat in the sense of that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. My dad tried to call me and I like declined the call. And I'm like, I'm streaming, and he was just like, sorry, butt dial. Hey, Vito Mort, you sent me a message. Let me check this out. My man, you spent a whole week switching from storing data in nodes to storing it in resources because you didn't know you can't save load nodes. You know the feeling? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Saving data in resources is kind of tricky too, because a resource... Oh no, I get what you're talking about. I get what you're talking about. There's a uniqueness thing about resources where it's like if you change a resource, then all of the implementers of that resource like change as well, or all the version. I don't know what the right word to say, but yeah, it can be good for save data as long as it's not the format stuff that's changing. Working without seeing progress is trying the patience. That is the worst. That is the single worst. That is the single worst thing. Motivation takes a hard dip. Yeah, I try to always keep my game playable as much as possible because yeah, once you can't see it anymore, once you can't see what's happening, it's pretty hard to stay motivated. Okay, so for right now, the environment manager is really just going to be responsible for loading the map. Do you need to do anything on ready? Oh, you have some export variables. I guess that's fine. That's fine because you have your own scene. Signal. So when are you sending your signals? Card token added, card token freed, card token spent. But you were just doing this in your process function, weren't you? You weren't actually doing any kind of signaling stuff. Okay, this thing needs to know map size and deployment size. So your map size so it's 0, 0 to 10, 7. So that means your size is 11, 8. Your deployment size would be 4, 7. I want to move away from doing this whole pictures thing. Having these be pictures. To having it be like a tiling. Like an auto tiling. We're not quite ready for that yet. LSJ, you're making toast. PB&J, Nutella, or Biscoff? Biscoff. Is there like a Biscoff paste? Is that a thing? Sounds good. I actually like the little Biscoff cookies. I get the Trader Joe's versions of them a lot. I'm a PB&J man myself. One time, long ago, in another lifetime, I worked in a little coffee shop. And the owner had an idea for like a Nutella latte. Where you'd take like a spoonful of Nutella and you'd steam it in with the milk. And like the flavor was really subtle and actually kind of nice, but the aroma. Oh, the aroma was good. The aroma was really good. I can't imagine what potentially the long-term effects of that might have been on like Steam machine maintenance, but I actually don't think it would be that much if you did it right. But man, But yeah, I don't usually do much Nutella anything, but yeah, that was an auditory sense memory that I like to resummon because it was good. It was good. All right, we're gonna have a lot of crashes here because I'm still thinking about how this stuff works. Unit manager. Manager mouse entered, manager mouse exited. Okay, yeah, we gotta roll some of this stuff back. I do think I need to come up with a new term for some of this stuff. You don't have a parent function anymore. Yeah. Steam was nice. Steaming was nice. Okay, so my map is gone. I probably need to ideally need to position it. Probably have to position it. I probably should add the child as well. That would probably be a good idea. Environment map. .144 by 44. Oh, we also have to change the scale. What does scale expect? Vector 2. Yeah, part of the reason we redid this whole thing was to make everything very swappable, which we aren't really utilizing, but we will. Map does feel like it's like a little too crowded. We can get around that. So like we can just have some areas where we just don't put doors. All right. Well, let's get the tokening system working again. Now that we've completed our little divergence here. Hey, Rhiannon. How's it going? All right. So how are we going to hook this in a way that helps, that makes sense for us? Should this have an area that we attend to? I think so. Now that we've gotten rid of the playmat, we can probably start doing stuff like that again. Let's add an area. Let's say environment area. Collision shape. Hmm. This isn't going to totally work for the focus version of the controls, like the keyboard or D-pad only, where you're like jumping from focus to focus. But that's okay, because I see how we would do it in focus mode. This is just to make my life a little nicer. We'll say on environment area mouse entered. That's fine. We would just say on environment. We'll make sure that this works with the card, because that was an annoying problem that didn't work with the card. We'll see if it works with the card here. This is also totally unnecessary, but it helps a little bit. It helps a little bit, maybe. Maybe it doesn't help at all, actually. All this would do would be a signal to whether to early out of our process call or not, and maybe we just don't care. Are you using GitHub for version control? Yes. Begrudgingly, yes. I kind of want to switch to like a local Git. Okay, the card interferes with this as well. Okay, glad I checked. So the card is eating the input. So we're not going to bother doing this either. That's fine. That's fine. It's one entity doing this stuff. We don't really care enough to prevent that. So back to this. So let's restore this thing. Let's figure out how to do this. At least once we switch to token mode, we can do things a little bit. Like once we get the token put down. Character drag. What's the difference between a character dragged and a card dragged? This is for a figurine, huh? No, this is for a card. Why did I rename this at one point? That's weird. So instead of wherever it says character dragged, we're going to rename that to say card dragged. I'm going to say input manager. You're going to be the one paying attention to this. Say variable card dragged. Card equals input manager.card drag. Let's do that once instead of like 1,000 times. Card token. Okay, we can keep track of the card token. That's fine. You were using Nextcloud, hosted locally before. You worked wonders. Until you worked on an old computer, it got confused on what version was the up-to-date version. You nearly lost a week of work. Oof. That is rough. Yeah, I am fairly disillusioned with GitHub particularly, but I think Git is fine. So I have a computer that I'm going to turn into a little local server thing. I'll still need to store it not locally, obviously, somewhere so that I don't lose everything. But I'm interested in moving off of GitHub. Interested. Because I feel like the GitHub situation is just bad and getting worse. All right, if deployment is marked, this is a local thing too, isn't it? I don't want to do it this way. I kind of want to just say if marked tiles. Well, let's at least restore what we had. Let's restore what we had and work from there instead of just going absolutely nuts. If cursor inbounds, I don't have to ask that anymore. What I can do is say if depbounds dot encloses this point. How do we know what point we're on? Cursor map. Oh, it's not encloses, it's has point. Depth corners. Depth corners is a sprite. Hey, Omed, you made a website browser game. Did you give it a quick look and give feedback? I could do that on my, I could do that after the stream. There's also plenty of other people who'd like to check it out, probably on our Discord. If you want to share your work there. How's it going? That is, again, that is something I need to add as a stream, as like a, what do you call it? Channel redeem. I don't know what I'd call it. I might call it like Witness Me. Or something. Somewhere where I can like review people's work that they, or check out people's work that they submit. Because I like doing that. I just feel like if I do it without structure, it's like very disruptive to the stream. Party figs is not a thing. Why is party figs not a thing? I just call it character figs? Or no, it's an array. Man, I really changed the structure of this before I totally thought about how I was going to use it. Does battle map layer still exist? It does. Okay, good. I can go back and grab some of this stuff from here. Your dictionary. I'm gonna grab all of these for a second. Hey, Marticus. How's it going? All right, how many of these do I actually want? Okay, I don't think I want card dragged. I don't think I want card dropped. I want this. These are all I have already. Okay, we'll hold on to the rest of these until I figure out what to do with them. Okay, this not card dropped thing was pretty important. That was like a one frame catch. Okay, let's work around this part for now. Let's see where we're at. Genuine question, because you have no experience whatsoever in that. How do you plan on marketing Party Wipe other than Next Fest? Interesting. Card drag. It's going to be many things. I'll probably do some edited YouTube videos. I will probably do a lot of shorts. I will probably take it places, some places. Probably enter it into the IGF. We're going to try a bit of everything. But yeah, we're definitely going to be leaning on like social media stuff for sure. I'm actually thinking about delaying our Next Fest entry to give the demo more time to exist, to get traction. So I'm thinking about my plan is still Steam demo by the end of the year. My original plan was Next Fest in February, the February Next Fest. I don't know if that's going to be enough time. So we might end up having to push to like the June Next Fest or something. It's going to depend on how we get traction. Because the worst thing that I feel like I could do would be to rush that phase of this game such that there just isn't enough time and nobody figures it out. Because I feel good about what this game could be. All right, why did we hit this problem? So, invalid access to property or key knight on it. Well, let's see what our other areas were. No, that's our only error. Okay, that's good. Or knight on a base object of party figs. Well, yeah, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. So hold on a second. If depth marked. Card res is... Oh, are we not doing any of the card dragged prep work that we need to do? I think that's what's happening here. Glad I didn't get rid of this. So yeah, when a card gets dragged, we want to do all of these things. So... do I want to do this in parallel, or do I want to do like a call down? I guess we can do it in parallel with the input manager. I don't mind doing that, I don't think. Let's see. Maybe I do a little bit, actually. Because, yeah, these aren't actually anywhere close to each other. Although they're not that far away. Depends on how much of this I put here and how much of this I put higher. Okay. How's your weekend going, Marticus? All right, we're heading back into ads. Should I just connect? Should I just like connect to a signal when I'm created? I think I'm going to do that. Func, ready, void. We're just going to have like, it's going to be like input manager dot card dragged. Connect. Okay, I need to turn this into a signal. You might call this dragged card or something, if we need to know about it. This is like calling down, I guess, but not that much like it. No, I don't want to do a signal. I don't like signaling back down. I think what instead we'll do is we'll keep a track of the environment map here. Weird that you're just a tile map layer. Maybe that's all you should be, though. Here, let's say environment map layer, class name, environment map layer, extends tile map layer. Maybe the logic should be up here in the manager instead of down in the actual map itself. I mean, some of the logic will need to be in the map itself. Maybe more of the prep work and everything should be up here. Because the thing that will continue to exist is this environment manager. And then we can just push down when we need to do things or query specific things about the actual environment map itself. Or, you know, we could just swap in the environment map directly anytime we recreate it. I'm not sure. Not sure what I would rather do. I think all the specifics of actually manipulating this scene should be handled by the map. The only question is, what we could do is we could do some state stuff. So we could track some of the higher level state stuff, although you don't really know anything about your parent, do you? So what would your parent tell you? Your parent would tell you about things like card drags. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I think this will work. Variable card dragged. The card. You're not going to track the input manager. There was some other stuff you needed to figure out, which is why we're doing this, because that is not true here. If deployment marked. Yeah, so I think these are going to be the hooks, like the little stately kind of hooks of like, oh, is there a card that we can drag? Is there a token? Well, I guess this one's the one that tells us if there's a token. I think there will be a little bit of give and take between the actual map and the manager. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's probably better to keep it tight here. So character figure, party figures. So else, if deployment marked. So the deployment marked is false. Deployment mark is false because we are not tracking when a card gets dragged. And our options to do that are to listen directly or indirectly. Okay. Okay. Once again, I see the reason why I'm considering doing this here.
You believe in ghosts, Buck?
Okay, so the party manager listens to this. The preview hand listens to this. I guess it would be okay if the environment manager also listens to this. Oh, we can do this. I know what we can do. We can say... No, we can't. Can't do it here. What we can do is up one level, and we can do it here. On ready. What we can do here is we can say... So you're going to know all about all of these things. Environment manager, deck manager, turn manager. Okay, so you know all about all these different things. So what you can do is you can connect some signals for us. You can say player hand dot card dragged dot connect. You can say environment manager dot on card dragged. And then the environment manager I want to call down. I don't want to do this parallel signaling shit. I've decided I want to call down. gonna say card drag started. Card drag started. Card. That's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna keep track of card drag started and card drag ended. So we need to do the prep work that we used to do here. So how do we know how to mark the target character figs? Oh no, we need to do this find comp equip wielders thing. So whose job is it to mark the tiles that we can play a card onto? It's kind of a split responsibility, unfortunately. The environment could figure it out directly if it's just a character, like if it's a hero. If it's equipment, we technically need the party roster to do that. So I think if we can find the name of the character in the list, in like the party list, like we have this character in our party already, I think we should defer to the party roster. And the party roster will tell us who to mark, whether it's a character or it's equipment. If it's a character that doesn't exist in the party, then we will defer to the environment map, because the environment map is the one that knows where we can deploy. Either we're deploying, it's the first turn and we're deploying in the deployment zone, or it's a subsequent turn and we're reinforcing, at which point we can only deploy in very specific locations like doorways. That's all right. So instead of this, instead of us being responsible for marking, we're going to get a list. Well, we're going to get a list of character names. If we don't get a list of character names, we will figure it out. So let's do that. Let's do it that way. And then so that means that the person that wants to know this first It still feels like we'd be well served with a signal here, but I guess the call down makes sense because there are these branching paths that we could take. We do need to do all of this reset stuff though. So when a card drag gets started, we need to know all of these things. So we don't have this function, unfortunately, anymore, but we can recreate that. Pathline layer. What we just called pathline. Input manager. Event environment map. We don't know it. We don't know about this. Yeah, I think we want to. We'll register ourselves. The input manager. That should be a good start. Okay, now we're back to this problem. How do we end up in this branch, though? Is it this depth mark problem? Are we not marking the deployment area? We are not. Where do we do that? Ah, right here. And so this is what we want to do differently. So we're going to tell the environment map that we've started this card drag. Actually, we want someone to intercept this and handle some stuff for us. So maybe the environment manager should do that. Or maybe the party. Here, what if we did this? You're not going to know where that is. Okay, yeah, here's here's how it's gonna work. So now we'll say environment map dot card drag started. Send the card, send marks. We can say if not marks dot is empty, we'll use this. So if they tell us what we need to do, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll do our own thing. So if we get told where the card should end up, we'll follow that. Like, or specifically, if we get told who the card should end up on, we'll mark those characters if they exist. If we don't get told, then it's up to us to figure out where the card can be deployed to. And that's where we start to look at things like the deployment zone and everything. And we're going to do this in kind of a more tiered approach. So this should hopefully be the benefit of doing this with the input manager, which means before we actually don't want to tell this. We actually don't want to know about this. I actually don't really want to know about any of these things. But we're going to. Actually, I guess it's okay to know about anything that is like relatively permanent. Stuff that's permanent per run, I think is okay to know about here. In fact, we're going to do something. I'm going to disconnect all of these. Damn, Rob, I got distracted looking at your little boat demo. That looks sick. All right, so we go up here. You're not going to know about this. We will know about this. So do you register yourself? You do. Okay, good. You do that up here. So we're not going to actually say this. We are going to... So when a card gets dragged, we're going to connect some signal so we know when it's ended. What we're going to do is we're going to say party manager. We're going to say variable marks. Candidates. I don't know. Let's say marks because that's what we're using everywhere else. Marks. String name. I like marks because that's funny. There's like a kind of connotation. There's a confidence connotation with marks. Equals, we're going to say party manager dot card drag started card. So the party manager will do its prep and send us a little bit of data back. So this is a little better than everyone just cross-talking constantly, which is that stuff gets signaled up and then the manager will call down in a way that's more controlled and they can like prepare stuff. They can call down in a particular order and actually get some data back that they need that we can then pass along. So we can say, we can declare this, and then we can say environment manager. Why did I want the environment manager to do this and not the map? I guess because the environment map is just rather ephemeral. Could not find type string name. What? It's a weird problem. Environment manager is registering itself then, right? No, it's not. Oh, I do have a ready function up here. This is too many levels of indirection. I don't think we actually need that many. Need it to be like that. We can just re-register the environment map anytime we make a new one. That should help a little. So let's make these lists. So we have this func card drag started. Maybe we call it card dragged and card dropped instead of drag started and dragged ended. This is neat because there's actually a way where we could route, instead of routing through the party roster, we could route through the enemy roster. Let's just say, for argument's sake, we have a card that works on enemies. Like maybe it's like a cursed item or something that like you can use to like replace people's. I don't know. We're not going to do that because that's not really the structure of how I think the game is going to work. But architecturally, this leaves us open to the possibility of playing cards on enemies. Although the case where that's most likely would be the shop, right? So if you're playing cards in the shop, that's possible. Although maybe you wouldn't. The shop might actually work very differently, I guess. Now that I think about it, I don't know. We're trying to leave ourselves some options here. So this will be where we decide who can receive this, which we previously called find compatible equipment. Where did that function go? I hope I didn't get rid of it. That would be unfortunate. Here it is. Find compatible equipment wielders. So I want to do this iteration either way. Here, we can do this. We can say if card res is hero card res. Well, we can actually do the equipment first. We can say if it's an equipment card, then we want to do this check. Let's say marks.append character name. Otherwise, we can say elif card res is, oh, let's do it the other way around. If card res is hero card res, then the only mark, then we can say if party sheet by name dot has card res dot card name, then we just say marks dot append card res dot card name. So if we're trying to play a hero, our only real target is that hero, if that hero exists. If we're trying to play equipment, we need to check to see which characters are compatible with that equipment. And then so this list will either be empty, in which case the environment will figure out where a card can be played, or it'll be populated, in which case it will mark those characters by their name. Can I drop the link to the Discord? Oh yeah, sorry. My streamer bot commands only work for Twitch, which is silly. I need to fix that. Appreciate you. Even if your demo is not ready yet and you're waiting to have the funds to set up your Steam page before sharing, you'd be interested to join a bit beforehand. Yeah, please. You can always have a secret page on itch or whatever where you can show people the game and stuff. I'll be having an alpha version on itch well before I have a Steam demo. I'm hoping to have an alpha version on itch in like September and then put the Steam demo up in like December. Because especially if you let people review your Steam page, which you pretty much always should do, is my understanding, you definitely want to test that bad boy out first, right? You don't want to just throw it up on Steam without, pretty thorough testing beforehand. Down to playtest? Hell yeah, Marticus. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's plenty of people in the community that'd be happy to pick up what you're putting down. You know what I mean? All right. Well, this I like. I like this flow. I think this flow could be okay. And we're gonna have another function for card dropped. Card dropped. Card. I don't know if that's gonna return a value, but we'll find out. Let's go back here. So we say card dragged. I don't want this on card drag ended. I want to say on card dropped. And the card drop thing is nice with this one-shot connection because it means we don't need to use that troublesome playmat, which was causing us some issues. I don't know if I want people to be able to just scrutinize that, but we're going to leave it for now. Process function here. Oh, this isn't on. Yeah, you are not going to keep track of these. Oh, wait, where did I go? How did I end up? I thought I went here. Oh, it took me there. I see. You're not going to keep track of these. get rid of this card setup, this card token setup thing. So we have card dragged, and then we have card dropped. Happy 4th of the thing. Thanks, Arneo. Appreciate you. How's it going? How's your Saturday going? Cannot disconnect from card dragged. Okay. Card drag equals card. No, we're not going to do that. All right, marks. So we can say if not marks dot is empty, then we'll just mark those tiles. So we just need to say for character fig in, what do we call it? Party figs? Party figs. We can say if, actually, no, we want character name. Character name, string name. Party figs is a dictionary, right? Yeah. We can say if marks dot has character name, then we'll say, how did I do the marking before? I'm gonna look at this one. Mark target character figures. Bounded tiles dot clear for target in targets. Fig targets equals targets. Oh, should I do that? I call them marked figs. Grab this. Say marked figs dot append party figs. We're technically on Sunday already. Nice, nice. Couldn't quite sleep through the night again, which isn't great. Your Saturday was good. Yeah, that sucks. My body wakes me up very early lately. I think it's mostly has to do with the sunlight, sun, since we're so close to the solstice. But yeah, that's rough. Gonna drink some water here. Starting to feel the I only have had coffee today, the headache. not marks dot is empty. So if marks is empty, then what we need to do, marks are empty, then we need to just specify where one can deploy. For right now, that'll probably be deployment marked is true. Let's see how we did that here. Mark deployment character modes. Let's do this. This is temporary. I don't want to do it this way in the long run, but we're changing too many things. I need to draw the line somewhere. This is one of those you try to refactor something and you're like, well, we could also change this and we should change that. It gets out of control. Out of control. All right, so we have our marked figs. Here we have if tile figs has cursor and fig targets has, so we just need to say marked figs. What's going on here with this yellow here? What are you upset about? Is card not used? Is that why? I feel like it's kind of weird that card is not used here, but okay. It's fine. I don't know why I hit the play button. I don't think it's going to tell us anything good. Oh, hey, look at that. I was like, I don't think we've set this up yet. All right, we're getting there. The roster tab is not highlighted correctly, I don't think, but maybe that's okay. We can't play it yet, though. Yeah, I didn't finish that. But we're getting back. We're getting back there. Yeah, hydration station. Gotta get there. Okay, we're getting back towards something usable here. So for some reason, the deployment thing, I really, really, really hate rect 2 eyes. I don't know why I insist on using them. I think they're the worst. Like I don't have a lot of strong opinions about base classes, but Lord is the rect 2i kind of just absolute garbage. Like, has point is turning the wrong value. Returns true if the rectangle contains the given point. By convention, points on the right and bottom edges are not included. Okay. Then what did I do? Did I plug in the wrong word? Or plug in the wrong, like, size for these? So it goes from 0, 0 to 10, 7, which tells me that we start at 0, 0, and then the size of this thing does this count as 1? So that's something I don't understand. So so the size of this should be 1, then it should be 11, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe I made the deployment size too big. Deployment size. 1, 2, 3. Oh, let's see. I don't know. I think this is absolute garbage. I should just use a vector 4i. Okay. weird that that works, but all right. Okay, well, we're back being able to create our little tokenizer things. So I want to stop. This is just a sprite, this bounds thing. I want it to be a tile map layer, and I want it to have an auto tiling sensibility, which means just plugging in a terrains thing, probably. Like writing out the custom bit field stuff so that it can actually understand how this works. But I'll do that later. Now we need card drop to work again. That needs to clean itself up. What's my main gripe with Rec 2i? It's unintuitive and it's trash. I have a lot of gripes with Rec 2i. I've tried to use it in a lot of different contexts and it's never worked well. It's confusing. I'd be better served just using a vector 4i. I just don't want to have to think about it, so I'm using the Rec 2i. I just hate it. I don't have strong opinions about a lot of nodes, but I would consider Rec 2i to be like an F tier node. It's not even a node, is it? It's just like a mathematical concept. It's an F tier variant. I'm going to say that. It mainly has to do with how it works, calculating the bottom and right edges, and how unintuitive that works. I've just only had bad experiences with it. I've used them, so I don't not use them. I just hate them. They're just trash. Maybe there's a convention by which they make sense that I'm not part of because I didn't go to school. They're deeply unintuitive and annoying. And if they accidentally get inverted at some point, they become totally unusable. I made my own for my FTL I made my own Rect 2i that can become inverted. You can flip them so that the min is the max and the max is the min, and they just work. Like, it's not hard. It's not hard to make a bounding box concept that just works in all cases. And for some reason they just didn't do it. They made this very brittle, weird, unintuitive thing. But yeah, I made basically an AABB that's 2D AABB that's effectively the same thing as a Rec 2i, and it just works in all cases. And you can do weird things like, yeah, you can drag the end of it back before the beginning and it just handles it and it doesn't care and it doesn't freak out. Whereas if you try to use a Rect 2i with a negative size, the whole thing just explodes. Yeah, AABB is better. But not meaningfully different, in my opinion. I'm not willing to go into the engine and fix it either. Not that I would know what to do. All right, so we're handling this now. So now we need to handle the card drop. Are these signals all hooked up? Is that why this just kind of works? Are these two just still signaling to each other? Yes, they are. Okay, that's how this still works. So who is signaling back then? Oh, actually, I see where we can do this. I see where we can do this. All right, we're heading back into ads. Hold on, everybody. I'm gonna adjust my posture a little bit here. We're entering probably our final hour of the stream here. We're getting back into a good state. I feel like I've wasted like literally 2 weeks just fucking around with different approaches to the same thing. It feels bad. But hopefully now we've found a way that we like and we can work on it and we can work with it and push forward. Okay, so we're not doing this anymore. So how can we decide if a card drop is legitimate? So how can we validate that a card drop has occurred in a way that we think is fine? You know what's going to be really annoying and not something I want to support? What if someone clicks and drags out a card and they hit undo? Maybe we just won't allow you to keyboard bind undo. I don't think that's realistic, though. That's going to be really frustrating to deal with. Maybe we are going to store states and roll back to earlier states. Otherwise, that's going to be really fucking annoying. Yeah, I mean, I could disregard a keystroke while a card drag is happening. I'm just thinking about it could, so right now we don't, the input manager doesn't know about things like card tokens being created and stuff. And I don't really want to consider a card token being a transaction. I really only want to consider cards or characters moving or acting or being played or whatever. I only want to consider those as transactions. But a card token is a kind of transaction. Not really, though. It actually, the card token specifically is not a transaction. But we need to know something. We need to know, when we do this on card dropped thing, we need to know some stuff. We need to know some stuff. So what we can do, we can say if environment map, actually what we can do is we can say if environment map dot card token. And we can say variable card token. The card token is the environment map dot card token. So if we have a card token, then we can proceed. If we don't have a card token, then the play is not legitimate. It didn't land on any kind of marked or playable area. And we can just forget about it. We will need to tell things to just forget about it, which is unfortunate. And I'm actually not sure how to do that. Actually, I guess that's fine because if we fail to play it, there isn't a card token. So there's nothing to clean up. Although we will still need to tell them card dropped. Actually, maybe we don't need to know. Maybe we don't need to know. Maybe we do, though. Let's look at how we handle this on a lower level. And we'll go with that. So, like, when the battle map layer traditionally would do this, we had this huge... So the card token would get spent. So we spend a card token. Oh, there actually isn't that much. There isn't that much for the transaction handler to deal with, I think. If I'm reading this correctly. Which I'm probably not. We're going to move this down. We're going to grab this, take this with us, back to the environment map. We're going to put this in our card dropped function. We'll clean up the many, many issues that it's going to have. We're going to say if depbounds, here we say depbounds.has cursor map. Has point. So we make the fig. We emit this signal. So there is some crosstalk for the tokenization stuff. There's crosstalk between the environment map and the party roster that does not involve the input manager, but that's like an implementation detail. And that shouldn't have anything to do with the actual state changes. That should be okay. We'll handle this depth corners thing later. This is actually more involved than I think it needs to be, but we're not going to worry about it right now. Okay. So if we go back to the input handler, because the party manager will also do some stuff. The party manager, actually, I don't know if the party manager needs to know about the card drop. I actually don't know if it needs to know about it at all. Because what it knows about is this card token spent thing. This is how it knows that a card drop has occurred. So maybe this is fine. I'm gonna get rid of this function. Maybe we don't actually need to know about the card token, huh? We just need to know that it exists. Okay, well, we need to handle this. The token's not getting cleaned up or something. Card token dot queue free. So when we emit this, so how do we do this here? Why don't we have this problem here? I guess I should fix this stuff down here first. Yeah, the token still exists, I think. Check the... card tokens. Yeah, right there. Why aren't you getting killed? Oh, you're not being replaced by a character figure either. So we're never reaching... I don't think we're ever reaching this branch that I just assumed we were reaching. This branch. Are we never getting here? Let's put it here. Do we just not reach this? I'm probably doing something really stupid somewhere. Oh yeah. How are we never... How's that not happening? Input manager... Card dropped. I'm dumb. We don't want to do this. If environment map.card token. Do I actually need to know this distinction? I don't think so. Card. Yeah, I just need to know the card. I don't think I care what kind of card it is. Party manager. Get rid of these versions. These functions don't make any sense. Revert hero card. Move. That's fine. Also, we don't do this either. I wonder if there's anything we need to do on a card drop. Probably not. Because we're doing it here based on these card token things. On hand, player hand card dragged. Character sheet closed. Are we doing that at least? Character sheet closed. All right, take it easy. Maybe we'll be going for maybe another 45 minutes or so LSG. So have a good walk. Maybe we'll see you. Maybe we won't. Have a good weekend. I really can't stream for more than like 4 hours effectively. I mean, I know during jams I've gone longer. I've done 6 to 12 hour game jam streams, but really hard to maintain focus for more than like 4 hours, I think, on anything, especially streaming. Okay, well, it would help if I actually hooked up the thing I said I was going to hook up. Here we need to say environment map dot card dropped card. We don't need to do that. All right, we do a quick check to make sure that there's an active token. If there is an active token, we can record this transaction. Open question about whether we need to record this here. But we're going to, in case anyone needs to know this sort of thing. Bam. Crash. Okay, great. No, this is good. Sheet rect. Texture. Sheets by level. Character res.card level. Okay, so this... So the character sheet is not getting its res soon enough. That's fine. Party manager, go to the card token spent. Oh yeah, I didn't actually change this, did I? This still has a setup function. Oops. What do you need to know to do your job? I think it's just this, this, and this. I think it's just these three. Oh, you know what I played yesterday, which was really good, was Gamble with Your Friends. That's fun. That's a good game. I have mixed feelings about the gambling with extra steps. Like genre, but this is different. This is like friend slop. It's very fun. I had a very good time. Oop, the card didn't move. Whose job is that? Whose job is this? Whose job is it to actually move the card? Maybe the sheet will just take the card in our ready function here. Maybe. How do we know what the card is? Character card. Character card dot move to character pile. Move config. Instantly. Is there anything I need to undo about that? Okay, well that did something. There's a visual artifact here which I find concerning. Also, none of this stuff is hooked up. We need to bring this part back to life. Character fig find path. Fig selected character sheet is moving. The hell is all this stuff? I don't even remember what that is. All right, if is cursor in bounds, like you mean the map bounds? Map bounds dot has point cursor map and not input manager dot card dropped. We just dropped a card. I'm not gonna F around with that. Character fig selected dot emit. That's not a signal I have. Character fig unselected. Focused tiles. I don't know what this branch is. If fig selected and fig selected dot character sheet dot is moving. Oh, that's if it's selected and I'm like mousing around. We're gonna do something different with that. We're gonna do like a click drag thing. Is what I decided. So this is maybe doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm gonna put that back out. See if this helps with some of this stuff. Okay. There's this graphical thing happening right here. There's two little lines. I don't know what those are, but they're very consistently there. Play the card somewhere else. Okay, it's not there. It was only if I play them in that specific tile, huh? That's weird. Why that specific tile? Very strange. Okay, well, none of our selected signals are hooked up, but that's fine. We can fix that. What happens if I try to put something on you? That almost works. Okay, we're not getting the markings. Nobody's updating the markings. That's probably my fault here. I mean, it's all my fault, but that's probably here. If marks.has character name markedfigs.append. Oh, we need to like actually mark them. This should mark them at least. So if I play this and now I play, yeah, so the knight can go here. This can also go here. Okay, we're close to being back to where we were. I still don't understand what this weird little... You probably can't even see it on the stream, but there's two ultra thin little lines of red. Only when I play the knight right here. It's annoying. I'm gonna just not play the knight there. Classic advice. When you tell your doctor, hey doc, it hurts when I do this. Any doctor worth their salt will tell you, well, don't do that. All right, there's one or two more signals that aren't hooked up. We're emitting selected and unselected, and I actually don't know if I want to anymore. I think I want to do a dragged. I think I want to do a character fig drag that's a lot like the card drag is how I want to do this initial build. Hey Skywalk, how's it going? All right, so the environment manager needs to signal chain for us a little bit. Hey, Dunkel Grau, how's it going? Happy Saturday. All right, signal chaining achieved. Now we can go back here. And you just need these signals hooked up. Except what are you listening for? What is this called? On character fig. Selected, on character fig. Unselected. Oh, actually, we do want to select the character because what we've decided is you can click drag the character to move them around. But if you want to act, you need to select the character and then select either the ability or the item or whatever you want to use. And then click drag that. Or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to think about that a little more. Okay, so we can play our knight card. Now we should be able to select our knight card. Easy. Oh, it doesn't go the other way, though. How are we going to tell it to go the other way? Oh, no, it's happening here, too. Is it just this row? It's possible. Crash. Update display. Page rect dot texture. Page by level. Level value. 0. So you don't know your level value. Is that because you still have a setup function? Yes. So you need a ready function. I very stupidly and confusingly and weirdly had a setup function originally. Oh, no. So we don't set these anymore. We really just need to set the card and maybe the res. Actually, do you know what your card is? Equip card. Yeah, you do. Weirdly enough. I don't know if you should, though. What about a character sheet? Does a character sheet know about their card? Maybe you should. Maybe they should. That just changes sometimes is the thing. Level up character. Character card. Okay, so that is handled. That is handled. Okay, so we just need to go to the... wherever we create the equipment, which is here. Which is here. When we make our equipment page, we need to do some stuff here. We need to say new page dot equip card equals card. And then we also wanted to look up the res, I think. Equip res. Yeah. Actually, I guess we could figure that out for ourselves, couldn't we? Kind of like doing this here. Maybe we should do this part first. Why can't I connect this? Why can't I just connect this in the scene? Why do I have it this way? Why am I doing it like this? Seems insane. Yeah, it is insane. Move the card first and then do the rest of this. Alright, don't let me forget to hook those up. Arneo, you thought you would just click the item in the inventory, the item's going to be draggable? Well, I want it to be like click drag to move. So you grab your little figure and then you can move your figure around. But then I need you to be able to act. So you either need to use an ability or an attack or something like that. And I want to be able to drag, to do a drag for that too, but I'm just wondering about where we drag from. You know? And I just don't know what I want the workflow for that to be. I like the idea of you dragging the items out from the character sheet and using them. Like you can drag your spear and you can now you can like see your spear. I don't really want you to have to click your character sheet. I don't know. I wanted the drag stuff to work because the drag stuff is the default for the cards and I want an analogous input. And I'm just not quite sure how I want that to work for actions. Not quite sure. Let's take character res. I don't want you to think that your item is like disposable. Some of them are. Some of them are. But not all of them. I kind of like that better than the move and like action buttons that we've got. I need to play around with it more. Alright, so now we need to hook up these signals manually, because I decided that that's what I was going to do. Did that work? I think it did. Hey, you're back, LSG. You got rained out. Oh, yeah. Most dogs do not like that. Let's turn advanced off. Right, whatever. Arnio, maybe you click the spear and it changes your mouse to an interface on the battlefield where you can target stuff rather than dragging the spear out of the inventory onto the field. I think we'll do both. I think we need to do both. Because if we don't do both, then you don't have the same workflow. And we can show on the battlefield, like, where is a legitimate place to, quote-unquote, drop the spear. And we can do another token. It's not a card token, per se. Although sometimes it will be a card token, now that I think about it. Because if it is disposable, like if it's a potion or something, then it will go into your discard when you use it. But we can mark that. No, I think it is. I think it will be you have to, like, click and drag the item. Or you can click to select and then click to use. I want to support both workflows equivalently. So I want you to be able to click a card to select it and then click again somewhere to play it. But I also want you to be able to click a card to drag it, and if you hold and then drop it somewhere, I want that to work the same. So I want select to click to select and collect and click and then click to, like, use or whatever to have the same workflow and feel as a click and hold for a drag action, which I'm not illustrating very well. I want both. Because if there's anything that's important to me about this, it's consistency. I think we can have both. Talking about it has helped convince me that we can have both. I think there will be some awkward, confusing elements of it, like, oh, you're clicking and dragging your bow out onto the field. What are you doing, throwing your bow at somebody? Like, I don't know. If someone thinks that's unintuitive, that's also probably a person who is going to click to select and then click to use. So it's just about meeting people where they're at. So that if you're the kind of person that wants to click and drag stuff, you can click and drag stuff. And if you're the kind of person who wants to click and then move over somewhere else and then click again to confirm, I want you to be able to do that too. Those are like the two core control mechanisms. And then we'll probably have other ones that we support, like, you know, variations on that, like focus based. So you can, like, use a D-pad or something. Eventually. Obviously not at first, but eventually. But because the first version of the card playing, and in my opinion the most intuitive version of the card playing, is drag, I want draggable actions as well as draggable move. So you can click and drag your figure to move it, and then you can click and drag an ability or an item or something to use it on the map. I think that's okay. I think that'll be okay. He says, with supreme confidence. I just have to be very clear about the whole, like, what items are disposable and what ones aren't. And I think that'll just be a key word on the card if it's disposable. And that's different than, like, exhaust. I don't know if we're going to have any cards that exhaust. unless we decide to open that up from like there's an enemy that like affects your hand or something. It'd be kind of funny if there was like a treasure goblin that would like actually steal shit from your hand or something like that, or like someone else that like fills your hand with like garbage that you have to just get. But the thing is, cards don't cost mana in this game to play, so that doesn't totally make a lot of sense. The like spelunky like monkey thing where like maybe a character like literally steals an item off of your character or disarms you. Disarm could be actually a pretty sick ability where you actually force a character to disarm its weapon. That would be a pretty good ability. That would be pretty neat. All right, I think I connected all the signals back up. I don't know why I felt like I needed to do that in code. Doesn't make a lot of sense. All right, does this stuff work now? You want both? Then you want me to have both. May your UI be abundant. I think inputs. I know a lot of people who are like, I'm making what I want to make because I'm the designer and I have the opinion about what it should make. I think inputs is one of the only areas of games where you absolutely have to just meet your players where they're at. Like, you don't get to decide unless you're purposely making like a co-op game, not co-op, co-op. Unless you're making co-op or you're purposely making like a rage bait game that's like intended to piss people off or model some difficult like action or something like that. Unless you're doing that, I think you really just need to figure out what the most intuitive ways are to interact with your game and support all of them. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Pastrice? If you have a max amount of cards to hold, the load of cards for you to carry could make sense if they auto-replace cards in your hand. Oh, that could be fun. Yeah, I think... I don't know if you're going to have a maximum number of cards you can hold, but I think I will force you to discard down to 6 at the end of each turn. So it's like if you're holding your full hand and you draw 1, then you need to discard 1 unless you play 1. But yeah, I think you'll be able to play your cards freely, and it's because of what we're doing here. Which, Patrice, we're making a roguelike deck builder about drafting an RPG party. So your cards are like the nouns. So like we have a knight and here's all his gear. So I can play the knight card. It crashes, apparently. Character card dot card res on an object of type button card. Oh, duh. Character card dot card data. We're doing a big refactor. Pardon our dust. Let's try that again. So we play our knight card. Invalid card res on a base object of type resource hero card res. Okay, for some reason, just my decision to do this has completely ruined everything. Just my decision to not set this earlier. Why? Hero card res. Unit card res. Base card res. Card icon, card level, card name. Oh, you are the card res. You don't... I'm an idiot. Never mind. I'm dumb. Don't worry about me. All right, let's try this for a third time. Play the card. Here's our card. It didn't open the character sheet. That was unfortunate. So you have gear. Like we have a helmet we can play. Crash. Equip card dot move to... Sorry, we did a bunch of refactoring. Everything is basically broken. Non-existent function move to and base nil. Well, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Character sheet. Add character card. No, add equip card. Equip card. New page. New page dot equip card equals card. Equip card dot add child. New page. New page dot equip card equals card. So card should be available at the ready function when we do this. Why wasn't it? GD script untyped. It is not necessarily statically typed. No. You can statically type, you can enforce some degree of static type, like I'm telling it what these variables are, but no, it is optional. Welcome in crossout. Looks pretty neat so far. Could be pronounced like pass rice. Oh, okay, okay. It's a pseudonym. No, okay, yeah. I didn't think it was a real name. Welcome in. We've been on a pretty brutal refactor weekend here for our second weekend in a row. Okay, why isn't it opening the character sheet when I drop the character card? Hey, thanks, Pass Rice, for the follow here. Yeah, we've only been working on this for about a month. We're still working our way around how we want this to work, which is why we've had to refactor it a couple times. And now we're putting the pieces back. We're trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, which is not easy. All right. So why is it that the character sheet is not opening when we play the character? So we spend. So in the party roster, party manager, card token spent, new sheet, character card equals card token dot card, character figure is card figure, character sheet open, new sheet. Is the environment interrupting? I think the environment is interrupting, unless I didn't actually connect these signals. No, I did. Environment map. And not input manager. This card dropped thing might be a problem. This might not be happening the way I expect it to. Let's see if this is triggering. No, I appreciate you. We're probably going to be wrapping it up in the next 10 minutes or so here. I have a hard time streaming for more than like 4 hours. But we're going to try to wrap up some of this stuff. Okay, yeah, so we're hitting here because this is not turning out to be true. That's unfortunate. Is there a way around that? Yes, there is. We're going to say variable was card dropped bool. And not was card dropped. Was card dropped. It's true. Was card dropped. False. We need to be careful not to do this on exactly the frame that we dropped the card. There we go. Dropped it, got the selection. But now if I add this gear on here, it's going to crash. Yes. So because equip card dot move to equip pile is not legit because equip card is null for some reason. Even though here. Oh, there's another branch. Oh, I only fixed it on one branch. Okay. I understand. I could have noticed that probably. That could have been something I noticed. Input manager. So this little process card drop thing was not doing what I wanted to do, so we're not going to track that anymore. Now it'll let me do it. Knight. Prop. Sword. Equipped. Okay, besides being on the wrong UI layer for some reason, we're doing okay. Oh, this is why you were in this layer. I understand. I understand why you both were down here. I understand now. Play the knight. Play the sword. So the trick about this is it's about leveling things up. It's about thinning the deck. So I can play another sword on top of my old sword. And you can see the XP is going up as well as the level. And now it's going to crash because I messed something up. Target.batch mode is true. Invalid assignment of key or on top of no. Okay, there's a nil here. Move all to await. Move cards to cards.duplicate. Equip page 71. Await. Equip page dot move all to trash pile. Oh, cannot do this. The shoe drops. Okay, so this has to be... I thought I got rid of these. Get rid of those. We'll do the same thing we did in the character sheet, which is to have signals. That we... Are we hooking these up in ready? Doesn't seem like it. We should be. We should be somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere we should be doing this. On ring frame equipment. Oh, God damn it, Dave. Hooked up one of these wrong. Hooked up exactly one of these incorrectly. Equip button toggled. There we go. All right, so now we're going to set up these signals. 2 discard pile, 2 trash pile. Oh, that's the wrong script. Equip page, not equip button. Signal. 2 discard pile, 2 trash pile. How am I going to roll back something like that? That's going to suck. That's going to really suck. I realize now you can trigger a bunch of knock-on effects when you do a transaction, and we are going to need to roll back all of the knock-on effects. I think we are just going to store states. I think we're just going to store a bunch of states and like do a hard rollback. Instead of having like play and unplay versions, instead of having the forward and backward versions of every function, I think we're just going to take snapshots and like literally roll back, because the alternative is going to be so hard to implement. The alternative is going to be crazy difficult to implement. All right, so what we'll do here is we would say to discard pile dot emit. We would say cards dot duplicate, excuse me, cards equip cards. Equip pile. Not duplicate. Did I say discard? No, trash pile. To trash pile. You don't discard anything, do you? You just trash stuff when it gets leveled up? Okay. Someone needs to listen to these signals and actually do things. And I don't think I've set up any of that yet. But I'm out of time for today, and that's okay. Is anyone using this? Or is anyone listening? Nobody's listening to these. Someone needs to. But yeah, the idea is that you play your cards. So we could level up the knight as well. So we could play a knight on a knight. Level them up. So now when the knight dies, instead of getting 2 level 1 knight cards back, you'd get 1 level 2 knight card back. And you can see this illustrated, hopefully, like this. We can do it with the weapon as well. And then if I replaced this, in theory, the card, you'd see the card down here. You aren't, because nobody's listening to the discard signal, so nothing's actually getting discarded. But that's for next time. That's for next time. Okay. I think this is, I'm at a point where I can at least commit. I've managed to get us back to where we were before the weekend. But we have a better architecture. We have a better architecture, which will make doing things this week just easier this upcoming week. And hopefully going forward, it'll just be easier. So, appreciate everyone hanging out today. I gotta call it here, I think. Yep. Appreciate all the new faces, especially. I know it's a holiday for a lot of us, so appreciate you spending some of your time here. I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. Yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great day, and see you all next time. Bye.